Good evening, I'm Alex Tremaine. I'm an old man and I build Gundam. And I'm really out of focus as well. Let's see if we can fix that. Hey, there we go. Right, let's try this whole thing again now that we've got a camera and a microphone that works. I'm Alex Tremaine. I'm an old man that builds Gundam. Welcome to the channel. Today we will not be carrying on with the ongoing extravaganza of finishing the Master Grade Full Armor Unicorn because I got distracted. I made the mistake of opening the Perfect Grade Banshee Norn off stream, and I've been kind of building it all week, and I'm kind of stuck on it. So we're gonna be building some more of it this evening, because I want to, largely. So it'll be a little different today. See something that we've not had before on stream. This is the first stream that I've had sort of any kind of Perfect Grade related builds going on it. You can find me here at twitch.tv/Alex Tremaine on you can find me here Thursday evenings UK time and Saturday evenings UK time. Normally start on Thursdays around 7 o'clock-ish, 7:30, depending on how work goes, and on Saturdays it's been closer to 8 o'clock than 7 recently, so but I do try to start a little earlier. That I think covers everything. You can find me on Twitter at TremaineAlex, and yeah, yep, I think that covers all the critical stuff. In the meantime, I suppose we should have a look at what's going on with this unicorn, with this Banshee Norn rather. So the torso has been completed. You may notice that the torso has cables sticking out of it. This is because I have the LED kit for this build, so there will be lighting involved in the future. The torso has the usual sort of unicorn-esque transformation stuff with it. Let's see if we can get these. Where's my tool? Let's see if we can get this to. Shitapopu, thank you for the host. I very much appreciate it. So this is gonna have to look at just how easy this is to do once the back pieces are on. But this is it's a little more complex than the transformation on some of the others, but there we go. All popped out. Hey Shizzy, yes, it is a large boy. There is no doubt about it. The largeness of this, if it were to be referred to as a unit, it would be an absolute one. So yes, that's the torso. Let's get this closed up again and out of the way. Everything about this is big. There is nothing about this that is small. I mean, this is the torso, and here is a foot and ankle, I guess, but you know, something big feet something. So the feet have the usual high-heeled transformation for the unicorn style kits. And let's get those out of the way. We have some hip joints. I'm sure those will become relevant fairly shortly, as we are currently in the process of building a leg. The LED lighting kit came with a really nice little spudger here. That's gonna make life. That's gonna be very helpful at times. We've got the little leg, back of the leg booster covers, and we also have one side of each leg, and again these have all of the hidden things. So let's do this. So these pop open like so. And then I'm going to grab my little part maneuvering tool again for this to make my life easier. And then we have these little sort of petal flaps type thing. Should think of better words for that, but you have these extra pieces that pop out from the concealable panels. So that's, and I think that we will be, unless I'm very much mistaken, where we will be continuing on is going to be with doing the other two of these. So these are two sides. These are both identical for each leg, and then there's going to be other ones that are going to go on the other side that are going to be mirror images of these. So that's sort of where we are currently moving towards. Right. Other things that have happened in the week is that I got a new toy, which I'm going to play with tomorrow, which looks rather shiny. Come on, out you come. Yeah, there we go. We've got a nice airbrush here. It is dual action, which apparently means, I say this like I know anything about airbrushes, but this is push for air, pull back for paint, as opposed to an all-in-one valve. We've got our gravity feed there, and yeah, so I will let you all know how that goes. I'm going to give that a play with tomorrow. We might do, towards the end of the stream, we might do just a little bit of preparation work, stripping down the kit that I'm looking to maybe give a little bit of a paint job too, stripping some parts off it, so that I don't have to do that in the morning. And right, so let's put that out of the way. I need a drink because it's been fucking warm here today. It's just now getting to a moderately bearable temperature here in the Midlands. We've got windows open, I've got a fan on, I'm hoping you can't hear it over the microphone. I've got it on really low and it's quite quiet, but if you are hearing background noise, that's what it is, and I'm afraid it is just too hot to turn it off at the moment, so we'll just have to make do, as it were. Right, so let's get going with let's get some building going here. I'm going to move those out of the way because I actually need no, actually I'm mistaken. We will have these over here. Put that there, and more importantly, we need these. So let's get started on this. So we're making two of these, they're identical. We need T216, which are these. I hope everybody's had a good week. I am glad it's Saturday. It has been something of a long week at my end of things, but it is now the weekend. I had my second vaccination jab yesterday, so I am theoretically, well, it takes a while to reach full effectiveness, but I am on the way to protection, shall we say. Not there yet, but protection is in sight, without the aid of a telescope, which will be rather nice. So F11, sprue F. We have 2 copies of sprue F. F11 is this one. So yeah, I had my second vaccination jab yesterday morning. My arm hurts like hell right now. But I don't appear to have any of the flu-like symptoms I got the first time round, which is nice because flu-like symptoms are the opposite of fun. Yeah, it's so I might get to do things like visit parents and stuff. Oh no, shitty, you dropped a horn piece. Yep, I've done I've done that before. It's not good. Thankfully my floor is thankfully the floor in this room is laminate flooring, so it's generally speaking relatively easy to spot up parts with the aid of a torch, just sort of aiming a torch parallel with the surface to try and see anything that isn't sort of flat to the ground, you know. So this kit so far has been a rather pleasant build. It's it makes heavy use of undergating, which I am always very happy to see. The previous Perfect Grades I built were old enough that undergating wasn't a thing for them, so it's nice to be able to have a Perfect Grade that makes use of undergating. So, as I mentioned, I've got the LED lighting kit for this build. I did a test of that. Just wired up the whole thing, plugged it in, make sure it worked before I started the build. All of the lights came on, which was good. And I have also, as I have built each, I mean it's only the torso so far, but once I put the torso together I hooked it up and pushed the button and made sure that it all lit up in the way that it's supposed to, and so far it all seems to be working. So we'll see how that goes as we get through. I don't know if that's going to become relevant today or not. I'd like to make some decent progress on the legs this evening, but we'll see how far we can get. So yes, I apologise that we're not doing the Master Grade Unicorn today, but I'm kind of hooked on this, I'm afraid. I've really enjoyed this build so far, and I want to see more of it, basically. I'm also in the position where my sprue hangers are entirely occupied by the sprues for this kit, and it would have been quite a it would have taken me quite some time to rejig everything to have access to the full armor unicorn sprues. Convenient access anyway. It would have been a bit of a bodge job. So we'll just have to, I'm afraid you'll just have to be satisfied with a Perfect Grade kit instead. I do have the Perfect Grade regular unicorn also, which I will be doing the full build for on stream. This one is going to be a bit sort of, I'm going to be building this off stream. This is my off stream build. We're building it on stream today because I'm in the mood for it, but that doesn't mean it's going to always be the build stream. Getting that off. So, undergating is a wonderful thing that makes it much easier to deal with. Nub marks, because the idea of undergating is that the nub marks are hidden once the part is in place. That doesn't mean I don't do some tidying up on them, because they're not always 100% hidden, but things like this here. So the nub mark is on this back surface here, and it means you can't see it on any of the visible surfaces, but it's just nice to give it a bit of a tidy over. This these parts do sort of hinge out, so you could potentially end up seeing a little bit of that surface under there, but it's not going to be much. And this nub mark is pretty much going to be invisible. This one on the top, on the other hand, could end up being very visible. But we shall see. So, in other interesting news from the week, Atlas accidentally announced that Shin Megami Tensei 5 will be coming in November, which I guess might explain why they're being such price gouging bastards about the PC version of SMT3. Yeah, that'll be something to look for in the in the autumn. Though I will admit I didn't check to see if there was any mention of what platforms it was going to be releasing on, and knowing my luck, it'll only be coming out on a Nintendo platform again. Bastard thing will probably be Switch only, which means yeah. But it does mean that hopefully, worst case scenario, there'll be a sale on the SMT3 Nocturne re-release at around about that point, which would be good, because I'm certainly not buying that thing outside of a fucking sale right now, not at the prices they're charging for it, which are frankly exorbitant for a PS2 remaster. But hey, capitalist's gonna capitalist, I guess. Other than that, my week has been pretty quiet. Work is work. Did some more wrestling catch up last night. You and me both, Shitty. Really looking forward to seeing it lit up. I will, no matter how far we get this evening, I'd like to, I'm hoping we'll get to a point where we might be able to connect the legs up, but we'll see. But whether we do or not, I will plug the torso in, and we can light the torso up before I finish this evening. Which would be, it looks pretty cool, I have to say. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really done a great deal this week. I spent most of my evenings doing exactly what I'm doing now. Though I did spend, my wife and I spent yesterday doing a bit of wrestling catch up. We are now, I think we're now only like 12 shows behind on Stardom. We watched the In Your Stream Deck. Well, at least you found it, both from a finding the part perspective and a it not being in your Stream Deck anymore perspective, which I think are both positives. But yes, we watched the 4th of April pay-per-view. I mean, that's one way of doing it, Peachy. I mean, you can just hide bits in various places. Send him around with the world's tiniest Hoover. Yeah, watched the 4th of April pay-per-view, which was very good. Some really 3 excellent title matches. Some real scary moments where wrestlers were not having a good time, or were having a good time. It's always difficult to tell with wrestlers. They're a bunch of fucking lunatics. They're all absolutely bonkers. But let's just say there were some interesting spots that were performed on that show. That made me wince. This was the 4th of April Stardom pay-per-view. I want to say Yokohama Cinderella was the name of it. But yeah, it was. There were 3 title matches, and every single match was good. The 3 title matches were as good as I expected them to be, if not better in several cases. There was an emotional finish to the red belt title match, because it was Bea Priestley had challenged for that, and it turned out to be her last match in Stardom. And the tag championship title match, which was actually the main event. I think partially because they didn't want people to go home sad after losing B, and partially because it was 2 pairs, all from the same faction, all from DDM. So there was that intra-faction rivalry and discontent leading into that match. So it had a fair degree of hype around it. And all 3 of those matches delivered. All 3 of those matches delivered, and they were excellent matches. But at least one of the undercard matches was just leagues above what I expected it to be, and it was Momo Watanabe versus Mina Shirakawa, and really demonstrated how far Mina's come since moving to Stardom from TJPW. She was green, but boy did she work at it, and it has really shown. TJPW focus less on, don't focus as heavily on in-ring. In-ring ability as Stardom do. They're much more they're more story focused, and I say that knowing that Stardom is actually pretty story focused, but TJPW is more story focused and less concerned about whereas Stardom try and do both. It's much more towards the TJPW don't care quite so much about the in-ring side of things. So Mina came in pretty green from TJPW, and she has frankly worked her ass off and become she has become quite a wrestler, considering the limited time that the changes, that the improvement has happened over. It's really quite something. TJPW is good. I really like TJPW. I would say it's a different animal. It's not as consistent as Stardom, I think, is the best way to put it. With Stardom, even the lower end of the card with Stardom, you can expect excellent matches out of even their 14-year-old rookies will put on really good matches. Whereas the upper card in TJPW is sort of skill wise on a par with the upper card of Stardom, I would say. You've got, TJPW has Shogo Nakajima and Yuka Sakazaki and several others, and they're all sort of in the same realm as the upper end of the Stardom roster. But the Stardom roster is more consistent overall. You can expect anybody to put on a above average match, whereas the matches aren't necessarily the entire focus in TJPW. So yeah, I would recommend giving TJPW a try. I think TJPW is the Wrestle Universe subscription, so you get DDT as well, and DDT is dumb fun. DDT has the Heavy Metal Championship, which I always rather liked the idea of. What else do we need off this? We need that one. Same again off this one. And again, DDT's got excellent wrestlers. So the Wrestle Universe subscription is certainly value for money. I'm not super familiar with DDT, but what I've seen of DDT has always been fun to some degree. Again, DDT seems to be a company that sort of, they cover a wide range of styles and areas, and they're not afraid to be silly. Though that said, having just watched that Stardom pay-per-view, that was the pay-per-view where there was a 5 versus 5 elimination tag match, with the last person eliminated on the losing team transferring to the opposing faction, which ended up with Gokugan Death, the terrifying clown, literally comes to the ring dressed as a clown, moving faction from Stars to Oedo Tai, where she has since started appearing as a sad clown, Fukugan Death, and she has all of her mannerisms and everything have been rejigged to be whereas before she was a terrifying clown in that, you know, clowns, but she was ostensibly a nice clown and she was happy and things, and now she is sad, but also she's doing all the classic delinquent stuff, pretending to smoke cigarettes in the ring and various other behaviour that is being frowned upon. And it's been very entertaining to me. Never let it be said that wrestling doesn't have a sense of humour. Or I guess a sense of horror. Right, so this goes this way, this clips in here and folds down like so, and then goes in there like that. And then we do the same with this one. So that way around. That goes in there. And then this. Also sits in there like that. And then we need sprue K, or one of the two sprues K, and well, I guess we need both sprues K. We need that, and this. You know what, we're just going to take these while we're here. Save having to go back to these sprues. I would, Shitty, I would strongly encourage you not to attempt to type while you're frying. I can't imagine that that's a process that would go positively for anybody involved. Right, let's do these. It's one. There we go. This is a really cleverly designed I mean, the transformations on all of the unicorns that I built have been excellent, you know. Both the real grade and the master grade versions, but it does seem like they wanted to one-up themselves with these perfect grades. And it would be difficult to argue that they haven't managed. These leg transformations are just another step above. Which is awesome, frankly. It's what I like the unicorns for. Is the funky transformation sequences. And the general aesthetic. I mean, I like the unicorns in both forms. I think they're just good-looking mechs, even if they didn't transform. But the transformation is my jam. Yeah. Had one of those weird feeling kind of old moments yesterday. No, that's not fair. Not feeling old. sort of more corrupted nostalgia. Periodically check up on... There's a channel on YouTube called Frog Leap Studios that do heavy metal covers of various songs, a lot of them, many of them really good and very silly, and every now and again I go through and see what's been added, what's new, see if there's anything I missed, you know. And last night I was going through and spotted he'd done a copy of he'd done a cover of Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. I was like, oh, I haven't listened to Money for Nothing in ages. That'll probably be a really good candidate for a metal cover as well. It's the sort of thing that will probably work really well. Iconic guitar riff and as a starting point, and then a pretty decent song to work with, you know. I'm like, okay, let's see what this is like. Yeah, turns out Money for Nothing is the lyrics of Money for Nothing are not okay. Like almost any of it. And you know, not in just one way. It's like racism, homophobia, misogyny, covers all the bases. It was like, that's a real shame. I used to love that song. The guitar is still great, but yeah, the rest of it not so much. And I was right, it was a really good candidate for a metal cover, but I don't think I'll be going back to listen to it again anytime soon. Which is a shame. But by the same token, I haven't listened to, well, any Dire Straits in years, so probably not the worst song in the world to sort of be moving away from. But hey ho. In other cover songs that I did not expect, Poppy has done a cover of Jack Off Jill's Fear of Dying, which caught me sideways because I like Jack Off Jill. They're really good. And I like Poppy. Poppy's done some good stuff. I don't like all of her stuff, but there's some good stuff there. Both in the more sort of the earlier pop-oriented end of things, and in her more recent heavier tendencies. Because I like both. There's nothing wrong with a good pop track, even if my general listening is more at the goth and heavy metal end of things. So yeah, when I saw as I was going through YouTube, Poppy Fear of Dying, I was like, is that really? Has Poppy really done a cover of Jack Off Jill? And turned out the answer was yes. It wasn't a terribly it was a good cover, in that it almost perfectly replicated Jack Off Jill's rendition of Fear of Dying, which isn't really what I look for in a cover. I look for, if somebody's going to cover a song, I want them to put their own spin on it. I'm looking for a new interpretation. I want it to be recognisably the song that I have enjoyed in the past, but in addition I want it to do something different, and this was almost exactly Fear of Dying by Jack Off Jill, just with Poppy singing it, which is excellent because it's a great song that I love, but it wasn't as interesting as I'd hoped it would be. I'd been hoping that we'd perhaps get a more pop interpretation, as opposed to the sort of what it was originally. But getting it at all is nice. It draws attention to a band that I love. I am always happy when bands that I love get some attention from mainstream artists, and therefore the mainstream artists' fans. I think Poppy counts as mainstream these days. I am not exactly in touch with the kids, as they say, but the impression I get is that she's fairly she's a fairly substantial name. So yeah, it's nice that she has drawn some attention to Jack Off Jill, and nice that the cover was pretty good. If you haven't ever listened to Jack Off Jill, then you should go and have a listen. They're really good. You can probably find their stuff on YouTube or Spotify or the like. I'm sure it's not doesn't seem to be difficult to get hold of much music these days, one way or another. But yeah. Jack Off Jill are excellent. So these go in this way around. No, this way around, like so, and then these are next. I know I've said this before, but I really wish I could play I really wish it was possible to find a way to license some copyrighted music for streaming. It would be really nice if Twitch came to an agreement with Twitch is owned by Amazon, for God's sake. It must be possible for them to come to some kind of agreement with recording studios to allow streamers to play more than just sort of having to go to a service that supports you using their music, you know, or streamers going to individual bands to get permission to use music and things. I mean, it'd suck for you guys because, you know, instead of all this nice, relaxing trance and euphoria that I've picked up off Epidemic Sound with my you would instead be having a sort of Sisters of Mercy and the KLF and various other things inflicted on you instead. Another thing that came up, well, it was what actually started my investigation into various YouTube music channels yesterday, was Churches have released a new single with Robert Smith doing backup vocals on it. That man just looks like exactly the way he did in the 90s, except craggier. Which, you know, I kind of approve of. And Churches are, as ever, excellent. There's another band. If you've not listened to any Churches, go and listen to some Churches. You can absolutely find their stuff on YouTube. A new Garbage single out as well, which really made me throw back to the 90s. In the best of ways, because Garbage is still excellent. Shirley Manson still got a voice on her. Right, we are nearly there for these little pop-out sections. In other news this week, I see Jupiter's Legacy TV series has been cancelled by Netflix. There will not be a season 2, which, I mean, I didn't watch the series because I knew enough about the source material that it didn't excite me, but I can't say I'm shocked that it's not made it to a second series. It wasn't doing anything particularly new with the superhero genre. It was neither doing anything new, nor was it doing anything, nor was it good enough at doing the regular things to be noticed. It was, certainly the comics were almost a by the numbers rendition of superhero deconstruction stories. And by all accounts that translated very much into the series itself. By the numbers being something I heard said about it on more than one occasion. I'm honestly a little surprised. I think it only really got made due to due to the name recognition of the, because it's a Mark Millar property, and he's got some name recognition after Kick-Ass and various other things. The problem with Mark Millar is that he was very much Mark Millar always very much wanted to be Grant Morrison and Neil Gaiman and Warren Ellis and Alan Moore, and he would try to write as if he were those people, but he just wasn't. He aped their ideas without doing anything particularly innovative with them, in my opinion, and he didn't do a good job of aping those ideas, or not a good enough job to elevate his work to the same status, because there are no new ideas. There's nothing to say that he couldn't have done something if his writing had been enough to sustain it, but sadly, for him at any rate, that was not the case. That sounds like a perfectly serviceable evening meal, Shitty. A perfectly serviceable anytime meal. That'll do. That'll cover all the bases for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Right, so how does this go on? This hooks on there, and this hooks on. Let's get this around. That hooks on there. Now we're ready to put the covers on. So this is F6 and F2. We need 2 of each of those. Yeah, I can imagine that I can well imagine that you're in need of a stretch of your legs, Shitty. Six, here it is. The Eternals trailer dropped this week as well, if memory serves. Or the Eternals teaser trailer, which is interesting. I mean, it doesn't really, it's a teaser trailer, it doesn't really tell us much, sadly, and it's a bit sort of self-contradictory, but it's certainly got the aesthetics of what I'm looking for in an Eternals film down. It's got the requisite characters. I mean, we already knew the casting of it, so I like that they put the that we've got the Black Knight in there as well. Not a character I'm super familiar with, but I've enjoyed what I've seen of them in Marvel Comics in the past. Using that link to the Eternals is a good call. Yeah, unclear as to what the driving. Quilo X, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What's your what have you been doing this evening? Welcome to the stream. I'm Alex Tremaine. I am an old man that builds Gundam, and today I am currently building the Perfect Grade Banshee Norn. It's not what I was intending to be building today, but I've kind of got hooked on this during the week, so here we are. The torso is already completed, as are the feet and ankles, and I'm working on the legs at the moment. HG Bugu, early goof prototype idea from Origins. Okay, I will have to go back and poke your archive to see what poke your VODs to see what that looks like. Did you finish, or is it still in progress? It's been I'm afraid the stream here is mostly been painting it. I like that idea. I haven't done any painting yet, but I'm hoping to break into that this weekend. I had a little package arrive today to get me started, so I'm hoping on, well, the weather should be good tomorrow, so I'm going to be taking this out to the garage, and I'm going to going to connect it up to the compressor, see if I can get it running and get it JC Impulse, thank you for popping in. Have a good evening. Hope you have a good one. So yeah, I'm going to take that out to the garage tomorrow and connect it up to the compressor, get it running, and see if I can paint up do a bit of painting on the Master Grade Banshee that I made a month or so ago, finished a month or so ago, I guess. Might have been longer ago than that. I don't even know what time is anymore, to be honest. I don't think that's anything to do with lockdown, really. I think it's more just to do with getting old. But yes, going to see if I can make the Master Grade Banshee a little bit more interesting colour-wise. Are there any other? No. Oh no, there is. I have missed a nub mark there. Thought there was another one. VFX10 Viper, thank you for the follow, that's very kind. So yeah, going to have my first shot at airbrushing. I've not done anything with airbrushing in the past. I'm not going to try anything outlandish. We're going to be going for block colours of some variety. SY3 Studio, thank you for following. I haven't decided what colour I'm going to try painting the Banshee. I'm only going to paint up the dark blue parts initially. I don't think there's anything that really needs to be done to the translucent parts on the Banshee. It's they always look good. But the armour I think could do with being a different colour. But I will have I've got some basic Vallejo colours to test the thing with. So we'll see what we'll see which one of those appeals to me as a potential Banshee paint job. In the meantime, I will continue on with this Banshee Norn. It's been a while since I've done a perfect grade, and I'm rather enjoying getting back into the complexity of one. I mean, the master grades are nice, but there's just something about making about building a really large robot that I enjoy. This is the third perfect grade I've done. The first one I did was the Perfect Grade Zeta, which I actually really like. I've seen a lot of people don't seem to like the Zetas, any of the Zetas of any grade, and I will grant that the transformation on the Perfect Grade Zeta is have a good lunch, VFX 10 Viper. Appreciate you stopping in. Where was I? Zeta Gundam. Yes, Perfect Grade Zeta. As I say, I really like the Perfect Grade Zeta. I think it works really well. The transformation is a bit of a bastard, but it's secure and looks really good both in mobile suit form and in Wave Rider form, and that's kind of all I wanted from it. It's not like I'm transforming it every day, so I've heard that some of the other grades can lean a little bit towards hand grenadiness, but that's not something I found with the Perfect Grade Zeta. What I did find with the Perfect Grade Zeta is that, Jesus Christ, it's got a lot of tiny springs in it. Tiny springs and metal parts. Good grief. And I've not seen any kit like it. As I say, I've done my second perfect grade I did was the Strike Rouge, which was an excellent kit. Really like the Strike Rouge. Comes with the Ale Striker and Sky Grasper, and that was a really enjoyable kit to build, and it looks fantastic. But it doesn't. One thing it isn't is full of tiny springs. I considered myself very lucky with the Zeta that I didn't lose any of those tiny springs and tiny screws, because there were a huge number of tiny screws in that kit as well. I mean, as I say, the result is excellent, but yeah, boy was it, boy was that an experience putting it together. That's another kit with a lot of wiring in it. It has the kit comes as standard with lighting units. I mean, all the Perfect Grades I've done have had, or both of the Perfect Grades I've done have had lighting, sort of light LEDs in the head to light up the eyes. But the Zeta has tail and wingtip lights for the Wave Rider form, but the wiring for those was quite a feat, because to limit the number of batteries in the kit, or needed for the kit, because they're not in the kit, they decided to have the wings, because the wings are sort of separate units that you take off and refit in a different configuration to when you carry out the transformation, and the connectors so that the wings fit into a central unit that has the battery in it. It's got these sort of fold out contact clips that go into the central unit. It's very clever, and it means there's only one battery pack that covers the tail lights and the two wingtip lights, which, you know, saves a fortune on batteries, which I strongly approve of. Here we go. So that's all covered up now, and these come on, you can do it. There it is. So these expand like so, and then the these little fins why aren't you moving? Oh, there we go. These little fins come out. Both top and bottom. No, come on. They're awkward and fiddly. Looks fantastic. There we go. There we go. These pop out like so, and this is you've got this feature on both sides of each leg, so that they show up really nicely. I think that's these unicorn transformation systems are. I wasn't sure how they were going to one up the real grade and the master grade in the Perfect Grade, I knew there was something extra on the legs, but this is way more than I was expecting. So we now have almost all of these for the legs. Just got to finish off the last one. But yeah, if you can find one, I would strongly recommend the Perfect Grade Zeta. It's a great kit. Really enjoyed building it. I would also recommend the Perfect Grade Strike Rouge. I think that kit in particular is very good value because you get the Ale Striker and the Sky Grasper in the same kit. And it all looks really good when built. So here we go. There's another knob somewhere. There we go. Right. I know these undergated parts are largely going to be hidden, but I do prefer to just give them a once over rather than leaving them and assuming that nobody's going to spot them. I mean, I do appreciate undergating on kits. I think undergating is one of the nicest things about the newer kits. It really makes a difference as to how easy it is to get a good finish, even if you're not painting, which, as I say, I've not done any painting on any of my kits so far, and they all, a bit of time and patience with the sanding, and they all come out looking pretty good. And I guess they are designed to look good without painting, which I appreciate. But yeah, I like and appreciate the extra support that undergating gives to those of us for whom painting is not a known skill, if you see what I mean. Undergating gives us just an extra bit of safety sometimes. It's particularly helpful when you've got the metallic coated parts. Because there's bugger all you can do about the nub marks on those, unless you can find some way to, you can try and fill them in with matching paint, but it's never quite the same as the what's the word I'm looking for? It's never quite the same as the extreme high gloss effect that you get from the metallic coated parts. So hiding the nub marks using undergating is is something I particularly appreciate on those. And that's certainly come up on this kit. The let's get this fitted. The this isn't gloss coating, it's matte, but this is actually a surface coating on these, as opposed to the gold being completely being this colour all the way through. I wasn't sure initially whether it was or not, but unlike these sprues, which are sort of been using on the legs, where the gold, the sort of glittery-esque gold colour is all the way through the plastic, so even when you sand it down it looks okay. This is actually a surface of some variety, so it was really nice when it turned out that all the gates are sort of facing inwards and down on these due to the undergating. It's really nice. Nearly there for these side pieces of armour. I think after this we get to actually going to get to work on the structure of the leg, the frame to which this is all going to be fitted. Also means that we might have to break out the LED kit. Depending on how far through we get. So before the extremely pleasant surprise of the raid from Gualoax, I was talking about the Eternals teaser trailer that came out this week. Or last week, I lose track now. I saw it this week. I'm not terribly good at keeping up with the internet. There's a lot of stuff on the internet to keep up with, and I'm old. There's only so many hours in the day. But I was interested to see about the Eternals. It does look pretty good. I do like I'll be interested to see what they... There's no indication from the trailer as to, you know, who the antagonist is, whether it's an external antagonist, whether it's somebody within the Eternals family, or what's going on. But I appreciate the aesthetic. I thought they hit all the right notes. There was a whole bunch of very Jack Kirby-esque special effects, which is good. It's kind of what we want for a Kirby property. I'm kind of guessing. There we go. Leg armor for both sides. So these are going to fit like so on each leg. Let's get these out of the way for the moment. Right. I'm kind of assuming that they're going to I'm kind of assuming that they're going to go for the for something based at least a little bit on the so T16, which is this, based on the Neil Gaiman, the early 2000s Neil Gaiman Eternals storyline. That's certainly where I would go, because that was itself, the Neil Gaiman story was itself designed as something of an introduction to the Eternals, as a jumping on point, because at that point there hadn't been an Eternals comic for some time, really. So I'm hoping that's the route they go down, because it was a pretty good story, that one. So Q10 and Q11, which are these two. But yeah, as far as teaser trailers go, it did its job. I am teased. I want more information. I want to see the film. What's that, Q2? For anybody not familiar with the Eternals, which, you know, is quite possibly a lot of people, even among Marvel fans, the Eternals is kinda niche. Oh, good grief. What's... No, cancel. Even among Marvel fans, the Eternals is kinda niche. I certainly hadn't encountered it before the Neil Gaiman run, and I only watched it purely because it was a Neil Gaiman run, and I tend to just keep an eye out for Neil Gaiman stuff just in general. We also need T113, which is here, because Neil Gaiman's great. But the Eternals are basically what if Ancient Aliens was true? Which isn't, you know, isn't the worst plot idea in the world. Certainly not for one that was come up within the 60s, you know. Right, so let's start trimming these. Ta-da. And yeah, I mean, realistically, that's all you need to know about the Eternals if you're going into it cold. That is the basic gist. And let's like with like. Right, so just going to finish trimming this off. I've just noticed that we've been at this nearly 2 hours now, so just going to get these last num marks off this part, and then I'm going to stick us on break, and I will come back in a moment with a fresh glass of drink, and we'll continue on with this for a little bit more. Right, see you in a short while. I won't be long, and yeah. Right, let's try this again. Where were we? Yep, we clipped everything off that. So on to this one. So yeah, I genuinely hope the Eternals does well, because I think I'd like to... Well, the Eternals and the Sandman TV series, because I want to see more of the weirder end of comics, the non-superhero end of comics being adapted. You know, I'd like... It would be nice if the Eternals and Sandman led to things like, you know, maybe the Invisibles, or similar things being adapted. Let's have some proper weird shit on our TV screens. Kieran Gillen's phonogram would be interesting. I mean, an awful lot of Kieran Gillen stuff would be interesting. I think a TV series adaptation of The Wicked and Divine would be quite a thing. Which, if you haven't read, that is worth going and having a read of if you're into comics. But yeah, just more weird shit from comics, because there's a lot of weird fucking shit in comics. I guess we've already started getting... They have adapted Doom Patrol. And boy is there some weird shit in Doom Patrol. It may have been toned down a little bit for the TV series, but nevertheless, more weird comic shit. I did miss that nub mark on this one. Let's just get that flattened off. It's a real shame the Swamp Thing TV series didn't last long. really interesting stuff to mine in Swamp Thing. I still chuckle at the fact that even if it turned out to be a very different thing to the comics, the fact that Lucifer got made into a TV series at all is just... I mean, that's just an achievement. You know, if you'd asked me if you'd told me sort of 5 years before that series 1 of that started that somebody was going to turn that into a TV series, I'd have been deeply unconvinced. But they did it. And not only did they do it, but it was popular. As I say, it was a very different thing to the book, to the comics, but good nevertheless. Right. We have on these. I don't think anything on here is going to be visible. I don't think anything on here is going to be visible by the look of the instructions either. No. None of these nub marks are going to be seen. And certainly if you told me back when I was reading Sandman for the first time that someday somebody would make a TV adaptation of it, I would also have quite reasonably laughed at you. Right, so how do these go together? So we start off like so. And we've got to put PC3 and POM6. So what's PC3? This one. Oh, for God's sake, I'm looking at the wrong bloody thing. Oh, that's frustrating. Nice, that's another one of these I've got to put somewhere safe. Let's try this again. PC3 is this. and we need 2 of those. PC3. And off here we need POM6, which is these 2. Like so. Right, so POM6 goes in the back side. Of these. Like so. And then PC3 goes in the front side. So these PC sheets are the soft sort of friction. Can't see that terribly clearly. Come on, you can focus. These are the slightly squishy, soft sprues that allow for sort of that they use on a lot of the moving joints. Right, so this goes in so this goes on here, like so. This sits in here and hinges like that. This, which takes POM4, which I think might be one of the ones I just screwed up. So POM4, we need 2 POM4s. Which is this one. So let's get another one of those. Let's just double check that these are the same. Yes, good. So we need POM4 to go in, so this way around. POM4 again goes in back of this. Oh hey Shitty, you're back from your walk. Let's also duplicate this for the second piece so that we know where we're up to. Right, so we've got 2 of those now. Then we need PC5, which is this one, and also this one. So these then go in there, like so. And these then sit on there like that. So it looks like this in the end, which it does. And then this goes on. That to secure it. Right. Come on. Right. Those have come out okay. Right, what's next? T1, 14 and 15. Which is T1. It's this one, isn't it? So T1. Do these one at a time. T1, 14. T1, 15. I'm not going to confuse issues. Is in any way going to be visible? No, they're really not, are they? Good. So T114 goes in here like so. 15. Goes on the other side. And then this hinges up and down. Now that seems to want that at the top for the moment. And we do the same on the other leg. So 14 and 15. So 14. And 15. There we go. Right. Two of those done identically. T17 and T18. That's these. T17. And T18. Where is the... there it is. And there it is. I'm reasonably confident this isn't going to get seen, but it's perfect grade kit, and sometimes you just want to be on the safe side. So let's do on this and that. Oh, the manuals for these are great. One thing that's actually particularly nice in this manual, I know that particular nub mark isn't ever going to get seen. I'll show you in a second. Just let me finish this. One of the particular things I like about this is that because I've got the LED lighting kit, I was expecting, and there are instructions for the LED lighting kit with the LED lighting kit. But in addition to that, just the regular manual has the instructions for the LED kit included and clearly marked as what you need to do if you have the LED kit, which is really cool. Oh yeah, and just the manuals are big, which is nice. You're not wrong. Right, so let's just get these bits attached. So oh, I see. Am I getting this? No, that must go this way. Yes. Am I just getting these completely the wrong way around? No, it's got to go like this, hasn't it? Surely. Aha! There we go. That looks better. Cunning. And clever. But as I was saying in the so yeah, we've got these red bordered sections which show you where the lighting goes in, which is really neat, rather than having to have two manuals out, which is I greatly appreciate. Right, so now we do that again with these. Right, so do this again. here. This goes here, and then when we hinge this leg, it all folds up like so. So T11 is the next thing to get added, which is this. And this. Right, so these are almost certainly going to be visible. Right. So these go like so. Right, so this also slots in like so. K, 8, 10 and 11. So K is one of the translucent sheets. Or rather, K's are two of the translucent sheets. 10. 11 and 8. 8. And also 10, 11 and 8. Right, let's start with these. One and that one. This one. So this one goes Hi David. You're not wrong about the Banshee Norn. You're pretty much bang on, in fact. Okay, no, so we assemble this first. Interesting. I'm afraid I kind of got distracted this week. I was going to be being good and doing the I was going to tidy up today and put the Banshee Norn away and come in and continue with the Master Grade Unicorn, but I've just been having so much fun with this kit all week that yeah, I couldn't help myself. So here we are. Perfect Grade Banshee Norn time. I've been really enjoying this build. It's nice to be working on Perfect Grade again, and this has been particularly good so far. So apparently Ian Dog, how you doing? I got distracted from the Master Grade Full Armor Unicorn, I'm afraid, Ian. Yeah, not doing badly, thanks. Glad you're doing well. I started. I did exactly what I did with the Rezel last time I got distracted from the Master Grade Unicorn, in that I started building the Banshee Norn off stream, and now I don't really want to build anything else. So here we are. Learning to live with our mistakes. And by that I mean we're making a Perfect Grade Banshee Norn. I swear to God I'll finish the unicorn eventually. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. Glad you like it. Right, so what else needs? Oh no, these surfaces need doing. I haven't done this yet. There we go. That's probably about right. It's not going to be terribly visible anyway, that bit. Right, so this then clips on here, like so. And then apparently this just slides into place. Like that. There we go. But then this will also slide up when we're when this is going into destroy mode. So that's cool. Let's do it again. So when we okay. So I think we can safely say none of these nub marks are actually going to be visible. Doing it a second time round. these might be. I don't know. I suspect, David, that it's going to depend what mood I'm in. I will admit that certainly for my real grade and the master grades that I've done of the unicorns and the banshees and the unicorns, I've changed them on a whim, and I suspect that I will be similarly inclined with this, in that it will sit in whatever form appeals to me most at any given moment. Given I've got the lighting kit on this, I don't know if you've seen, but here's the torso with all of the cables sticking out of it. Certainly there's going to be an inclination to have it in destroy mode at least occasionally. But there's no point in having a transforming Gundam if you're not going to actually transform it back and forth, Might as well glue it in place otherwise. Right, so this clips together here. This then sits on top of it and keeps it in line, and this then slides into place on there. So what's next? F7 and T110. So T110 is going to be on here somewhere. That is T110. As is this. And then we need F7, which is here. None of these knob marks are going to be visible. They're going to be hidden under the armour piece. There we go. These are all undergated, which is very nice. So these go on here like so, and then this clips on there, and we do the same on the other side. Right. There we go. That hinges like so. This still hinges out like that. Right. So that's the shins built effectively. So I would guess these are all going to fit on here like so-ish somehow. I think we've still got some more parts to get on there before that starts happening, but that's how that's going to go together. There's a lot of sub-assemblies going on with these legs before we get to, I mean, let's just lay out what we've got. So let's do a per leg kind of thing here. Per leg we currently have that's all of the sub-assemblies that we so far have for a single leg, and we've got 2 of everything there at the moment. So where are we putting? I'm running out of spaces to put sub-assemblies. Right, what's next? So this is the very lower shin we're looking at now. This section here. So T15 is this. And also this. There we go. What else do we need? K12. 2 of those. K12 is this. K12 times 1. And K12 times 2. So T15, K12, and we need U20 and 21 twice. Where's sprue U? Sprue U is over here. Ooh, I think this finishes off sprue's U, which is nice. That gets rid of 2 separate sprues for me. Yep, there's nothing left on that. Weep for sprue U. And then the same again. Right, that's 2 dead sprues this evening. But then we need PC20, which is one of the rubbery bits. PC20. And PC20. Right. So we need to start with these. None of these knob marks are going to be visible. So we are not going to worry about them. Right, so that way up, in there, together like so. And let's do that again. Go again. We now have 2 of these. So again, these knob marks are going to show up. These will be completely concealed. What have we got on here? Right, so these, given these are undergated, they shouldn't show up, but we will clean them up anyway, just a little bit. Yes, that's come up well. So the way this works is this goes this way round. This then lives in there like so, and then this goes inside there. The idea is that this will can move up and down, and this will live on the ankles. These little clips here will hold this in place for when it's up or down. There's obviously something more to go on here, but part of the transformation. So let's whiz through this, get the other one of these done. I've not looked at the Cruella movie yet. I know it's out, and I've seen that several of the sort of film people that my normal go-to film critics have done reviews, and I haven't watched any of them yet. That's not a good sign, though. Was it at least fun? Was it? I mean, there's a fun kind of not making sense. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's enough. I'll be honest, it never struck me as a movie that was going to require me to think too hard. I mean, to be honest, I'm not super into Disney, so it was never really a movie I was all that bothered about seeing. But equally, it was never really a movie that I was going to be all that bothered if it was bad. So but I shall pass on your assessment to my wife, because it may be that she was planning on watching it. Right, so, and again, this clips in like so, and this then clips in place like that. Yeah, it's not good when prequels mess with the thing they're preceding. At that point you're better off just turning it into something else. But I guess the objective for Cruella is not necessarily to make a good film that makes sense. The objective for Cruella is to... So how is this fitting together? Oh, I see. Okay, so this clips on here like so, as does this. The objective for Cruella is to reuse the characters and setting in order to ensure that 101 Dalmatians stays in copyright. Right, so F3 and 4 and K9. Yeah, the legs are coming along. We've got this that is part of the destroy mode transformation, but then equally we've got this nice movement that's just part of the general hinging, which I like the look of. We'll see how that works when it comes through. So we need F3 and F4 and K9. Woof indeed. That. And that. And then the same again. We need this. And another one. There we go. At least we're actually starting to put some of these sub-assemblies together now, combining them into something that actually resembles a leg. So this then clips on here. So my guess is that this needs to fit on here somewhere. I think it's going to fit on this movable section here. Starting to see how this is all going to go together. Which is nice. Beginning to get some idea. It's always a relief when you can start seeing how the assemblies are going to actually start uniting into a recognisable whole. Go. Oh, I'm quite happy to do a size comparison. We can I will do a side by side of all three if you like. But we can do a quick and easy perfect grade to 144 scale. Now here's the real grade, and here is the boot of the perfect grade stomping on it forever. So that's the difference between 144 and 160. Sorry, 1 to 144 and 1 to 60, which is the difference we're looking at here. Does that as I say, I will do a proper comparison when the time comes, but does that sort of sate your initial curiosity there, Shitty? Well, you can always get yourself, 2 or 3 perfect grades. You've got plenty of room, haven't you? Right, now we're apparently turning ourselves upside down. And we're adding K7. Absolutely, yeah. Mura's got the best sophistry there. Go. No. Stupid sprues. Yeah, once you've made that call and just sort of gone for it, you'll be much happier. Shitty, I am more than happy to continue leading you into temptation. I think Shitty's got you there, Moira. I thoroughly agree, you should absolutely bite the bullet and get yourself a Gundam kit. We have recommendations. Have you considered one fuck off big boy? Can strongly recommend. Well, you know, when you give good advice, sooner or later someone's going to repeat it back to you. Well, you put it out there now, Mura. We are now eagerly awaiting the 56-hour video. Clock starts now. That's the one I've just finished. This one's next. throw that across the table. It's not like it was important. Try this again without doing that. Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Shitty. It is a nice easy one that you can just say stop on. That's going to be hidden. These are definitely... Yeah, the advantage of Gunpla over miniatures is, you know, the Gunpla serve no other purpose other than to sit there and look cool. Unlike, you know, wargaming miniatures, which ostensibly are there to be used in armies, theoretically. So this is going to go on here. Oh, that's awkward. Do things in the right order. Helps if you do things in the order the instructions tell you to do things. Yes, this is a single leg. Hang on, I'll give you another idea of scale in a second. So let's do these are going in here. Then we're trying this again. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, so this is the 1 to 144 scale, which is the same scale as the Sinanju shit he's been building, and this is and it's a very similar kit. So you can see this piece here is this knee piece here. So we are scaling up big style. And again, this is the side armor, same as this. So it is a large boy. But we've also just done this wrong again, because competence is not my strong suit, apparently. Yeah, even compared to the master grades, the perfect grades are huge. So let's do this again And this time round, we're going to put these on the correct sides, not back to front. I'll do you a slightly better comparison in a second, where right, there we go. That's more like it. Look at that. One second. Let me step behind the curtain. So here is a completed one in the same scale. This large gentleman is there we go. This is the Zeta Gundam in all its glory. So yeah, as you can see, they end up a bit on the large size when they're done. I will just go and yeah, you're not wrong. I only have one transformer left. Hang on. I gave all of my transformers away, except for this little chap, because I could not bear to part with this little chap, because though he is a transformer, he is also a Macross Valkyrie, and you know, it's just double the cool for the same I didn't have any use for them, and the nephew was getting to the point where he might be able to appreciate them, so I kept this one because it was always my favourite as a kid, and it turned out when I got into weeb shit that it was also actually a Macross Valkyrie, so I'm going to pretend you're pulling my leg there, Mara. Beast Wars were a little after my time, I'm afraid. I kind of missed out on those. Right, now this is... Right, okay, so we are actually technically doing one leg at a time now, but we're going to go one step extra because I cut out a part already, so yep, I can believe that, Moira. I've heard a lot of good things about, particularly about the Beast Wars cartoon. That it was one of the better, toy adverts that the Transformers franchise managed to put out. I'm afraid I'm of an age that it was all G1 for me. I remember being particularly pleased with having the having a Megatron that transformed into a gun. I had myself an Optimus Prime, a G1 Optimus Prime. I had myself an Ultra Magnus. I had one of the original Bumblebees. Among others. All that die-cast shit that they don't do anymore. But yeah, my understanding was that when they suddenly desperately needed a Jetfire toy, they ended up having to essentially cannibalize and relabel a bunch of Macross Valkyrie toys, which is why the Jetfire toy is a dead ringer from Macross Valkyrie, as opposed to looking like Jetfire in the cartoons. It's not far off from Jetfire in the cartoons, but it's certainly closer to one thing than another. Yeah, see, the Transformers game I played as a kid, I was playing on a ZX Spectrum. Just to, date myself even more badly. SNES, yeah. So, it was weird. I never had a console at home when I was a kid. I mean, the NES and the NES, the Game Boy, and the SNES were absolutely things when I was a kid, along with the what were referred to as at the time in this country. I don't know what people call them these days. I know both these things have had different names in different countries, and people have started to refer to them as different things. But the Sega Master System and the Sega Mega Drive, I know they've had different names over the years, but that's what they were when I was a small boy. And I had friends who had Nintendos and Super Nintendos and Segas of various kinds and Game Boys, but my parents were very much of the no, it must also serve educational purposes. So we had ZX Spectrums and later on BBC Micros at home rather than consoles. So I only really sort of played console games at friends' houses for many years. The first console I actually owned was a PS2. My experience is that families just in general are odd. So yeah, I was sort of, I have dealt with that. I sort of missed out on the early consoles, despite being the right age to have sort of really gotten into Nintendo and stuff early on. I only really came to console gaming much later. It was only really when I went to university and friends had, I was living with people who had PlayStation 1s, and then it was a couple of years later when I got myself a PlayStation 2 of my own, specifically to play Final Fantasy X. Oh, for fuck's sake, I've done it again. Oh my god. I was sure I'd got that right. Parents didn't mind me playing computer games on the Spectrums and the BBCs when I had them, I have sunk many hours into the BBC BBC Micro version of Elite, the original Elite, many hours. PS2 was, I mean, obviously I'm a little biased on the PS2 because it was my first console, but certainly the PS1 and PS2 have a special place in my heart. PS1 primarily for Tekken 3, because there were Tekken 3. When I was at university, there were Tekken 3 cabinets. So I played on those, and then played on friends' PS1s playing Tekken 3 to practice for playing shit-faced in the student union. Oh, the drunken master dude. Yeah, he was. Yes. Oh God, no. Yes, Eddie Gordo. Yes, because he was capoeira. Ostensibly. I went with Lei. Generally, the one thing I could do on Tekken 3 was get Lei into his, I want to say snake style, which was very. Oh yeah, Dr. Boskonovich. Yeah, Drunken Master. That's the one. Always frustrating. And I was about to say Hwoarang was very effective because you could, even on the cabinet that was in the student union, I'm assuming it was set on high difficulty, you could just light kick your way to victory using Hwoarang, because you could just stun lock people. I have not played any newer Tekken than Tekken 3. I'm awful at fighting games, so I don't tend to play them. And Tekken 3 was the only one I played, and that was literally because we would play it shit-faced in the student union. So yeah, it's the PS1 has a place in my heart. The PS2 has a place in my heart because it was the first one I owned, and it had Final Fantasy X, which was a hell of a thing at the time. As you noticed on last stream, I have a hell of a lot of PS2 games, some of which are quite rare. Yeah, we had some people who were really good, and they unlocked a whole bunch of stuff on the cabinets in the student union. We had Gon unlocked, Gon the tiny little dinosaur, I think that was his name. And most of the characters were unlocked, I think, on the cabinet in the union. We certainly brute forced it enough on the PS1 version a friend had to get everything unlocked on that. But again, I had some friends who were actually good at the game, which helped. So yeah, it's fond memories of the first two PlayStations. I never really went down the Xbox route. The sort of big name games for the Xbox were like Halo and stuff, and I was already by that point a PC gamer. So I didn't really have any interest in playing a first-person shooter with a controller. I mean, it's a totally fine way to do it. It's just I cannot. I've tried and I just cannot get the hang of playing with a controller. So I was at around the time that sort of Halo was a thing. I was mostly playing Half-Life and Counter-Strike. On a coaxial Ethernet LAN, using BNC connectors in our student house. We had the whole thing wired up. So yeah, it was. We played a bit of Unreal Tournament as well. On the LAN as well, which was cool. But I was a PC gamer for for just everything at that point, you know. I had a decent PC. I was you know, playing through Half-Life and System Shock and System Shock 2 and the early Deus Ex games and RTS games, the Baldur's Gate games, particularly Baldur's Gate 2 and Planescape Torment, and all of that kind of the early PC big RPGs and stuff like that. So it was, I'd sort of skipped out a little bit on consoles for that, and then even Final Fantasy VII I played on PC originally, not on the PlayStation, because there was a PC release for Final Fantasy VII and for Final Fantasy VIII as well. Played that on PC. It was only Final Fantasy X that I got the PS2 for, and I specifically bought a PS2 for Final Fantasy X. Yeah, it's weird the different ways people end up doing similar things, but yeah. Anyway, it's 5 past midnight somehow. I have no idea how it's 5 past midnight, but it is. So I'm afraid I'm going to call it a day here. I'm not seeing anybody obviously online to jump upon, so, and I'm not awake enough to try and hunt people down. So it has been a fantastic evening. Thanks for the company, I really appreciate it. I hope everybody's enjoyed something a little different from my normal fare, and I will see you on Thursday for, I mean, let's be realistic, probably more of this, but we'll see what happens. I might be good. I might go back to the full armor unicorn. I'm probably not going back to the full armor unicorn. So yeah, see you in the future, and have a great rest of the weekend, everybody.